Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, everyone? Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Hello there. Welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday evening. We're vibing Sunday evening. Um, I just saw what did I just see? The new like Mission Impossible movie. It was kind of what I expected it would be. It was fun. Um, don't I mean you don't go to a Mission Impossible movie and assume it will be like groundbreaking or or like have a good story, but it was fun. There was like a lot of cool set pieces, um, which so a bunch of which were like already in the trailer. So like you kind of know what you're in for if you see it. Um, Tom Cruise making stupid faces while he does his own stunts is like continuously one of my favorite things about that series. Um, but but yeah, um, I posted the uh ink of page 12 yesterday. It took a while. It I finished it pretty late at night. So if you're up in goblin hours, you saw it when it went live. Otherwise, you probably saw it today. But we're back on schedule for page 13. We've got the script already. Ripley has just shown Arlen and Hayla a wand that she picked up from the robots in the first chapter. Um, and they're sort of describing like what are these robots doing? Why do they know how to do magic? How can they do magic? How does it not like break them? Um, so yeah. Let me switch over to my com camera camera. Oh hell yeah! I got it in one. Okay. Um, First panel, Ripley showing the wand. Arlen, Kayla. There. Arlen's like, "Whoa, is that a wand?" Um, Ripley says, "Yep, yep." Um, um, yep. I think there's actually more to that. Yep. Super illegal. It's like gonna be obscured mostly, but we need to do. I think it's gonna bite us in the ass later if we don't figure out how she's positioned. Because I'm inevitably this speech bubble might be smaller than we think it's gonna be. Same thing with Arlen. I want to make sure I have the positioning of everything figured out. I don't need to have this like triangle here. That was to figure out the positioning of their heads, just from like a compositional standpoint. And then I just drew this background. Just draw a bunch of like random drones or possibly anisopters in the background. All right, and then I'm gonna angle this down because there's a lot of dialogue in this one. This will need to be a little bit lower, like that. I need to make sure not to leave my drink right next to my vent for my computer because it gets hot. Hot carbonated drinks aren't great. I could probably make this less wordy. So right now Ripley says so Kayla says, "What's it do?" And Ripley says, repeating something that we've heard Glitch Kit say already, but magic items, including wands, either have stored effects like anisopters, where you activate them, or they modify spells you cast through them. This one modifies Stromer, so it goes from this Contre Stromer. So Ripley is like casting the Stromer spell in this one. Um, Also going into professor mode a little bit. Ripley's always in professor mode. If Ripley ever gets like a real job, like at the end of it, well, being a criminal is a real job, but at the end of the story, if I ever want to give her something legitimate, it should be a professor because more people need to listen to her. All right. She's like holding her hand up like she's like this. So Oh, I'm not even I'm not even trying in the frame anymore. But there. I'm talking about it like you can see it. Maybe let's say I don't need to since we've I actually am not sure if we've had someone talk about magic items in general, but what's its tonal? I think it's in a theory. Uh oh, interesting. It's a flat. Okay. Oh, wait, no. To connect like this. Kayla's done to do the thing where she turns her. No, she's looking at Ripley, not at the camera. Might be too dramatic. Let me look at. Where's my references? Supposed to be. She gets me when you talk about it. On the phone and my dear. So it can be clear. Mm. Oh, looks like she's posing for like this stage or something. I want to pose where she's like actually looking at Ripley. Like that. Too big. think we just... No, that's a different song. Okay. And then this panel is going to be pretty awesome, actually. Ripley's firing a lightning bolt up into the sky. Do, 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 do. Hey, Beige Red. How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, where? I feel like my chat widget is in. Is my screen broken? Oh no, that's supposed to happen. It's perfectly expected glitches. That's just the magic interfering with the technology. Please do not adjust your television set. Yeah, I'm struggling to look up a pose. We're working on the third panel of this comic. I'm one of the characters is like shooting a lightning bolt into the air. And I'm working it out right now. I'm looking up some reference art, which unfortunately there's not a whole lot of, but I think I've got something that'll work. Sketching it out on paper, yeah. So what I typically like to do is I'll do my pencils on a sketchbook like this. I scan it in and then I draw it on the computer. I have a Surface Pro that I use as a tablet. So I think what we're gonna end up doing is like this. I want room for the lightning bolt. And then we're gonna have like, oh, actually, the right arm is gonna be the one that's up. Cheers over the scan. Yeah, so I import the scan into Clip Studio. And then we do the like inking there. We'll typically do I just actually just posted. Let me put the one that we finished on Friday or technically Saturday. Um and so I'm starting the week with the sketch for today. And then we'll have like this should be foreshortened. So it'll come in like this. And then and you'll actually see me like that. And this one is sort of like off to the side. But yeah, how's your evening going, Beige Red? Hope you're having a good one. If it is evening by you. This knee should go in more like that. Yeah, yeah. So The elevator pitch that I have for the comic Larch Spinney is about cyberpunk witches. Um, the more long story is that a group of friends that have been apart for like a long amount of time uh come back together, and they've all sort of been off on their own little adventures and uh things like that that have sort of brought them to where they are now. um and they finally, without really intentionally doing so, end up having to like confront their past. um and so it if you've ever played like Shadowrun, where there's like a heavy amount of like technology but also there is magic, it's in a world similar to that. Magic tech fusion world, yeah. Yeah, exactly. um very much, very much like that. I feel like cyberpunk plus magic is a pretty easy way to sort of like get the concept across. The characters take jobs and like are often hard up for money or slash like have to have to hide from or deal with different like government or like law enforcement. So the and I feel like it starts out sort of small but ends up getting a bit more larger in scope as far as like the issues the characters have to deal with. This should be pointed at. Yeah, I feel like it is kind of a um something that was thinking about when I was first writing stuff about it was, where do you want to start? Um, and for me, it's certainly possible that I'll explore, previous stuff, how the characters met, how they got the way that they currently are via flashbacks or even just like side stories. Um, but I feel like the theme of sort of like putting off shit, or like running from your issues is something that was like part of it. Um, and so it felt more interesting to sort of like start at this spot in the story where everyone had sort of like they have this baggage and you sort of get to learn more about what it all is as you sort of like spend time. So yeah, I agree that it's uh not like common to do that, especially when you kind of want people to feel like they're like learning things about the characters as they like grow. So it's weird to sort of have previous stuff about them, but I think I'm I want to focus on doing like slow reveals of things about the characters because that's really interesting to me. They are just living their lives, but also like they have to go do a job where they like do a heist from uh like a robotics factory, or like they um end up using like unregistered spells and get pursued by the like magic police. um Heist. Yeah, yeah, some crime thriller. That's the like, so the in the sort of loosely based on like a tabletop system world has that sort of built into it, where like the characters, in order to sort of like exist in society, need to like break the law in many ways. um they're actually this page is they like found a wand, and in the city that they live in, wands are illegal. So they're sort of like playing around with it and talking about how it works. And that's what this shooting lightning into the sky is about. But I want to balance um sort of, character focused stories and like, arcs about disillusionment with your parents or like parental figures, or like realizing what someone's place is in the world, or like their, their journey as they like figure out things like gender expression, or like just like romance stuff, um alongside the fact that it's like, oh, there's like, you know someone that is like a powerful magician was like being experimented on, and they broke free, and like they're causing havoc in the city. So I like the combination of uh more like dramatic type stuff in concert with that sort of more fantastical element. um I need to draw the hand construction, because I will always ignore that. And this can be even more. Oh, that's not even in frame. Deep topics, yeah. Challenging. Yeah, I feel like it really is important to show, especially when you're like, I think no matter how crazy your world is, if you ground it with some sort of like human elements, or like have trauma or things that the characters have to deal with, it like gives it that grounded feeling. This can probably even more dramatically go back and forth like a real lightning bolt. Not a real lightning bolt, like a cartoon lightning bolt. And then this, as this gets higher, it'll sort of shorten more. That's bigger the wrong way. Oh, running out of space. There we go. We can actually make this a little bit more. I need to make sure I'm not angling her head wrong. She's like looking straight up. I actually feel like my outfit design where I like rolled up her sleeves makes it easier to sort of draw her arms foreshortened. So she's saying to this before she says the spell incantation. I might scoot that bubble around depending on where I want it to not obscure. And then we've got the like roof. That might be too close to her. This is the wall that was next to her. And then there's like a building behind the wall over there. The window is right here. That is also gonna be angled. Oh, and that should also be. I like that I made this texture vertical because now I can show this extreme angle. All right, and then the final panel. Ripley slides the wand into a pouch in her bag. Hmm. Let's finish with this. What are we at? An hour 30 almost. I'm enjoying this. This I've had this this brand of CBD water before. It's um like a sparkling water. Uh, is it just called Mad Tasty? Yeah, I had their. They have a yuzu flavor that I like a lot. Whenever I see a new flavor that they have, I want to try it. And this one's just called Unicorn Tears, which is not very specific, but I like it. Um, I I think a quick little break while we get ready to do the last panel. Um, go stretch, rest your eyes, go piss girl. I need to, oh, before I do that, I need to, I like Streamlabs bot, or Streamlabs chat overlay got fucked up. Test. That's much better. Hi. Beautiful. There's what was that? Oh, the Spotify now playing overlay has also been doing that where it'll just not be updating. I have to open the source in OBS, remove it, save it, open it back up, and like paste it. I just cut it, save it, paste it, and then save it again, and it starts working again. So whatever. All right, that is fixed. I will take a quick break. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. It took a little bit longer because of. Do you ever try to perform a small task? Uh, Maybe something quick around the house, and then what was originally just a sort of minor like chore that had, maybe there's like a slight inconvenience or something that didn't quite go as planned, and in trying to correct it, you end up uh spiraling into a sort of 30-minute misadventure. Um, because that is what just happened to me. I was like, I'm gonna go set up the coffee maker for tomorrow morning. Make sure we can make sure we've got coffee all set up for tomorrow. And I put in a little bit too much water because I was putting in some new beans. Um, and I was distracted. So when I put the beans in, I tried to put the water in twice. So I put in about 2 cups more than there should be, which is enough to make it watered down. And especially it's like, new beans. I want to taste them. I don't want it watered down. So I think, well, I can turn the coffee maker upside down and try to pour the water out. But the hopper's full of beans. There's a lid, but like you have to it falls off if you turn the thing upside down. And then the carafe is also in there too. So, um, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna dip a measuring cup inside. I'll just get like a little fourth cup. I drop the the measuring cup inside the reservoir for the water, and so I'm trying to get it out. I tried a pair of tongs. I tried a knife. I tried a uh bundle of powerful magnets. um what ended up working was I got a set of needle nose pliers. I I did dump the water out. What I did is I duct taped the hopper lid so it wouldn't fall out as I was like, holding it. Um with that I was able to sort of shake it so the handle was oriented upwards, grab the handle with the pliers, and then turn it so it could come out because my hands aren't big enough to like stick in the reservoir. So that's where I was for the past 30 minutes. I did thankfully get some new water, so it's not all bad. Um, you know what? I haven't had a chance to look outside. Let's take a if you haven't done so already, take a second, take 20 seconds. Look outside. See what have we got? 20 feet away for at least 20 seconds. That's very common. I like it's always a good practice. I got too distracted by what we were up to. It's kind of hard to see out with the lights on, but it's fine. Um I already feel more calm now. That's very good. um haven't had a chance to think about the comic that much, but I think that's probably for the best. I think a fresh pair of eyes will help us. Um um of course we want phone camera. Make sure we can. Beautiful. Okay. Ripley slides the wand into a pouch in her bag. Oh, let's do the, there will be like a dialogue bubble up here. And then she's gonna be, let's put her down here. And she'll be looking down. I need to sharpen this again. I think I think it's time. We've cleaned this enough times. I think it's time to swap out. It's been about a year, I think, since the last one. Look at that fresh page. Oh. Oh, it's so, oh, you can't even see what I there we go. That's so much better. Oh, I love that I was showing stuff to this camera, but I literally had this one up here. Good. This one. Good. You can already see my fingers getting covered in graphite. All right. So Ripley has her bag in front of her. She's looking down. Ooh, and this is her bag. So like the main thing that she carries there is her cyber deck. So we should get a little glimpse of that too. Do I capitalize the rooks? I don't know where I just typed that. Rooks is capitalized. That makes sense. The rooks will pick this up if we use it at that, said the OZ. I'll put her bag in the background of this panel because that's where she pulled it from. I'm gonna go back and see if I can, with the sharper pencil, fix Hela and panel 1 and 2. Panel 1 looks alright. It could be a little more realistic. She's like further away, but it's not really fitting with how I want it to look. Particularly her eyes. I think her eyes are just too big in that panel. And then her eyebrows can be a little bit lower. And then I'm gonna make her forehead higher in this panel. It's not much better. This might be one that I have to do larger just to get the shape right and then shrink it to so it's the right size. I think her head needs to go back further. Her ears like here. And then you actually see like a little bit of her eyebrow in this angle. I don't want her to look like she's smiling. I want her to look sort of like questioning. And when the face is this small, it's so hard to differentiate between it. The line between smiling and frowning is so narrow. How does she look? And I really like the it's like page 4 of yeah, panel or of chapter 2. Sweet like candy in my veins, baby, dying for another taste. For a night now, baby, you're like lightning in a bottle. I can't let you go now that I got it. All I need is to be struck by your electric love. Electric love. Her face definitely looks closer now, but I like it a lot better now that I've paid attention to what should be not just like straight braid. I'm gonna struggle with that a lot this chapter is like getting her braids to follow gravity correctly. The best way to do that is to draw the overall shape first, which I haven't been doing with these. Um, because it's an extra step to erase, which is not how I should be doing it. I should be taking the time, just like with the hand stuff. Like if I need to make sure that I plan out where it's going. I've been learning about doing this in Minecraft recently because I've been working on like builds. I think I've mentioned the like Pokemon server that I'm running. We all have different we're like different gym leaders. So I'm the steel gym leader and I'm working on cyberpunk builds for that. It's also a good way to sort of build up my uh understanding of cyberpunk architecture because it comes up a lot in my comic. So I thought I could uh do something nice and sort of achieve that. Um but um just sort of like building straight ahead without a plan or like a skeleton or a palette is not a great idea. You have to like skeleton out where your building's going to go, what it's, what the bounds of it are, see how it looks like on a shape perspective and then like break each part of it up. That's also that's not just to help you plan it, which like it's a really good way to plan things, both for drawing and for Minecraft architecture. But it's also a good way to sort of like make it so you don't burn out on doing like bits of it. You know, if you're gonna like slip in, you do a chunk of it, slip in, do another chunk. That's how I try to break up the comics. Is on Sundays I do the script, I do the sketch. Um, on Wednesdays and Fridays I do the ink. So and then little bits in between there, but usually I'll go by panels to like get that set up the right way. Um, Man, looking back at this, I just posted like a comparison bit. Man, I really feel like there's some of these panels from like earlier on that live in my mind as like, man, I fucking killed it with that panel. Um this is the panel I was or this is the page I was just looking at. I was looking at this panel here of Kayla. That's like one of my favorite uh panels of Kayla. It's uh I think it's now second to the recent one that we did, chapter 4, page um page 9, where I just like I really nailed her face and I really nailed her like pose where she's just sort of like stretching. Kayla stretching in the background is like a common thing. That is what she does for training. Um, so I think I showcased that really well. Um, but yeah, look at this. There's only the door and there's like a towel in a towel rack and like the sink thing. Oh, I guess I did Arlen in the mirror too. That's not something, but I and this wall is also like a pretty just like nondescript bathroom wall. So and there's the towels again and the door. The door is weird. Um, but still compared to compared to the scene that we just did where I spent quite a lot of time in the background. I think I and this you know what? This isn't a completely fair comparison. Let me pull up the page right after it actually where I think I did actually do a pretty good background. Um I'll do ooh, I was never a huge fan of the way this see this would have just looked better with shading. If that had been shaded, this would be instantly a lot better. But the background of the train isn't my favorite. Um this train station is all right. There's ads, there's graffiti. It's like a cyclops dude or something. Um, I like the tracks. Oh, I like the you only get a little bit of it, but the like design of the train is cool. But then compared with a more recent one. Even in the, I think one thing that I've really managed to improve is um sometimes I will choose to do a panel that's like got a pretty minimal background. A character is in front of a wall. Um, and even if that wall has like a window, these first two panels of Ripley I'm really happy with because there really is just that window behind her. But I've still managed to like do textures on it. The wall in particular, I'm still considering where the light's coming from, and it feels like it exists in that scene. Um, and then uh these two like pretty intense background pages, um or sorry, there's three panels where there's like some pretty intense backgrounds. The third one isn't as much as the previous two because the previous two really took me a long time. Although I think their poses might have been part of that. um and then I only use the like background lists thing for like if we're focusing on something, if something is like really all we're seeing. um so I think I that's not something that I've like been expecting to see improvement in, um which is always sort of nice. And there's been exceptions where I really like got it well done in chapter 1. I'm the first page I'm very happy with. This is like the fact that I was able to get the first page um looking the way it does is like a big part of the reason I was able to like just start going with the comic. Um because that was like a huge uh just like a huge kick that I was like this is awesome. I'm like really doing this. But um 7 panels in the first page, which is funny. And then I immediately switched to less. Maybe I need to be a little bit more freeform with the comic panels. I feel like oh yeah, I forgot that I did the panels that were shaped like the call window. But yeah. So I think I'm keeping that same thing going here where it's like low angle of a background, just mostly the sky, but there's like detail here. A mid shot that's got the same sort of level of it's like a pretty complicated background, but the character poses are very sort of like uh just conversational and medium, and then um sort of a like a less detailed background but a very dynamic pose, and then we're back to this sort of like flat um you know grounded panel. So I think I'm balancing it well, both in like in the sense of contrasting different stuff and also just like interesting visual design. So I hope the readers feel that way too. Um, but it do be a process where I think we're just gonna keep paying attention and see what works, and then I think that's um one of the biggest things about like hitting a stride is you're you're like, okay, I'm making it. I can focus on just like paying attention to what's working, what's not working, what I'm liking, what could be better. Um and that's also I think in general that's like something that you're doing a lot when you're just drawing a lot, and that's a big reason that, and people say this all the time, but just like if you want to get better at it, just start doing it and like just keep doing it. um and then you build up that inertia, and you from that space you can like learn really well with it. But yeah, that's 2:30. I'm gonna have to scan this in. Let's do, you know what I haven't done in a minute? I haven't done like a fairy tale. To my exciting socks. They're all like funky written up, but boom, 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 boom. Okay, so we had been doing, we had been doing Arabic tales for a while because we got super into Sinbad's tales, which were inside 1001 Arabian Nights. That's what we were keeping track of, story inception. Um, let's go somewhere that we haven't been. Um, I don't believe we have done a Croatian tale. I'm gonna, all right, like this canon song a lot. I'm gonna turn that down quite a bit. And then we are going to switch to media. Uh, oh, I could have been showing this when I had the script. It's my oh, I was checking how the rooks were sold. um, this is the like the one that we just did. Ripley holds the wand. Arlen and Kayla look at it in surprise. Arlen says, "Whoa, is that a wand?" Ripley says, "Yep, super illegal." Kayla says, "What's it do?" Ripley says, "Wands can do all kinds of things, but this one modifies Stromer." So it goes from this, Condre Stromer, and then she. I should do SFX. Uh, spell. Cause. Panel 3, Ripley points the wand, sending a bolt up into the sky. Ripley says, "To this." Stromer. To this. Um, and then the bolt goes crackoom. I think. I I don't like I like that I've read this convention before, Crackoom. I don't like that it sounds like coom. Even though it's a K, it's still too close. Um, and especially since I wanna so when the robots are like firing this, it's just like huge lightning blast. Um, if she's just like firing it off at once, it's not striking anything, it's just going into the sky. I feel like it might not have the same. It's just like boom. Um, so I might just put in boom. I'm not putting in coom. There's no way. Um, we avoided a D's nuts joke in this chapter already. There's no way that I'm putting a lightning sound effect. Um, so I think boom is probably the best. We're gonna we're gonna have happen. Let me fix that. 'Cause I don't trust myself to read this script again. We've got plenty of space for that to. Ripley slides the wand into a pouch in her bag. Ripley says, the rooks will pick this up if we use it outside the OZ, but it's the only thing heavy enough to drop the robots if we see them again. I was thinking about possibly trying to shorten that, but I think I might that might be the best way to do it. Is just have it the way it is. I have room for it. It's just really wordy. It'll get easier to fit when I type it in, but it still feels like a lot. Um, yeah. Let me pull up my window. All right, here we go. Rhaegar. This is by Ivana Ber Bril Brilik Bleak uh Mazuranik. This is a Croatian folktale. Once upon a beautiful summer night, the men were watching their horses in the meadow. Oh, I should change. This is no longer art. Where is my category? What do you mean? Why is my category not OBS? What are you doing? What are you thinking? I'm changing it here. Art. Reading fun? I don't think that's correct. Writing and reading. I was thinking of doing just chatting, but I'm seeing that there is a writing and reading category. Who's in this? What's this category doing? Is this a book? No, it is writing and reading. Well, 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 well. And some Graples. All right. You're gonna tell us that we changed the category. Beautiful. Amazing. Wonderful. Fantastic. So, the men were watching their horses in the meadow. As they watched, they fell asleep. And as they slept, the fairies flew out of the clouds to have some sport with the horses, as is the fairies' way. What does that mean? Are they fucking the horses? Are they like are they just like causing mischief to the horses, or are they playing ultimate frisbee? I do. Yeah, maybe they'll tell us if we continue. Each fairy caught a horse, mounted it, and then whipped it with her golden hair, urging it round and round the dewy meadow. Okay, so they just terrorized the horses and rode them in a bad way, which horses hate. Um, Among the fairies, there is one quite young and tiny called Curly Locks, who had come down to earth from the clouds for the first time that night. Curly Locks thought it lovely to ride through the night like a whirlwind, and it so happened that she got hold of the most spirited horse of all, a black, small, but fierce as fire. The black galloped round and round with the other horses, but she was swiftest of all. Soon, oh, sorry, but he was swiftest of all. I misgendered the horse. Soon he was in all in a lather of foam, because horses lather when they like work out a lot or like run too hard. But Curly Locks wanted to ride faster still. She bet this is like Spirit. This is the fairy tale about Spirit. I was not expecting Rhaegar to be a horse story, but I'm here for it. Um, she bent down and pinched the black's right ear. I feel like the horse should have a name. Maybe it's Rhaegar. I'm making a prediction that Rhaegar is the name of the horse. Um, the horse started, reared, and then bolted straight ahead, leaving behind the rest of the horses, the meadow, and all, as he flew away like the wind with Curly Locks into the wide, wide world. Curly Locks thoroughly enjoyed her lightning ride. The black went like the wind, by field and by river and by meadow and mountain, over dale and hill. Good gracious, what a lot of things there are in the world, thought Curly Locks, full of delight as she looked at all the pretty sights. But what pleased her best was when they came through a country where there were mountains all covered with glorious forests, and at the foot of the mountains two golden fields like two great gold kerchiefs, and in the midst of them two white villages like two white doves, and a little further on a great sheet of water. Is a sheet of water a waterfall, or is it ocean? Um, but the black would not stop, neither there nor anywhere, but rushed on and on as if he were possessed. So the black carried Curlylocks far and far away, until at last they came to a great plain, with a cold wind blowing over it. The black galloped into the plain, and there is nothing there but yellow sand, neither trees nor grass, And the further they went into that great waste, the colder it grew. But how large that plain is, I cannot tell you, for the good reason that the man does not live who could cross it. When is this story from again? Uh, Author who published Croatian folk tales and fairy tales. The other was born April 18, 1874. I feel like mid 1800s. They knew what deserts were. The way that they're describing, although this is from Curly Lock's point of view, which is I feel like that's quite that's not what I'm used to from literature from that era. When I think of like I guess really the best examples I have are like Victor Hugo, um, but like the perspective that we have from Curly Lock's new to the world, which I guess isn't a rare perspective for like fairy tale stories. Um, but I don't know. It feels very. I feel cool about this like characterization of the world and like how we're experiencing it through the fairy's eyes. Um, but yeah, they're in a desert. um and the author has no idea how big a desert is, which is uh kind of delightful. um the black ran on with Curly Locks for 7 days and 7 nights. The seventh day, just before sunrise, they reached the center of the plain. And in the center of the plain they found the ruinous walls of the terribly great city of Frosten. Okay, it's Frostin. I was I was like, ooh, Frostin, yes. No, it's Frostin, and yeah, there it is always bitterly cold. Great. I I feel like if I saw a city named Frostin, I would assume it was like a Greenland to Iceland kind of thing where they're like, oh, they don't want anyone to come here because it's like this is where like the nice hot springs are or something, the best place to relax. And they named it Froston so people wouldn't show up. Or maybe the founders of Froston knew that people had figured out the Viking scheme, uh and we're like, no, no, no. Everyone knows that trick now. We're gonna we're gonna do the double scheme, the double bamboozle, um, and we're gonna call it Frostin, and then people will think that we're doing an Iceland Greenland thing, but we're one step ahead of them. um, that's my headcanon for why Frostin is named that. Uh, As the black raced up to the ancient gates of Froston, Curlylux threw her magic veil on the wall, and so caught hold of the wall, like Spider-Man. Is the veil? I was picturing magic veil as like a curtain of like light. But it sounds like there is actually a magic item that she is in possession of, which is not, I don't know, that doesn't feel like what a fairy would. I guess fairies sometimes just come with a magic item as like part of their thing. Um, so she grabbed onto the wall in Froston with her magic veil, and the black galloped away from under her, and so continued his wild career up to his old age and fro between the huge walls of Froston, till at last he found the northern gate and galloped out again into the plain, God knows whither. Continued his wild career up to his old age. It wow, that's so the horse kept galloping inside the city and just like went all around the walls of this city for years until he was old. And then once he was old, he left and went out into the plain. And the story's like, maybe he's still there now. Who's to say? Um, but Curly Lux came down from the wall and began to walk about the city, and it was cold as cold. Her magic veil, without which she could not fly among the clouds, she wound about her shoulders, for she took great care of it. I mean, yeah, if you've got a magic item. I'm suspicious that this is a uh like a broken magic item that has multiple buffs. um, I when you call something a magic veil rather than like veil of the veil of Spider-Man, um, then uh I'm making another prediction that um the veil has more than one power. I'm also realizing that it's very unlikely that my first prediction was right, because the horse who I thought maybe the story was named after has left and and will not be presumably rejoining based on the description of leaving. Um so she walked about the city of Froston, and all the time she felt as if she must come upon something very wonderful in this city, which was so marvelous and so great. However, nothing did she see but only great crumbling walls, and nothing did she hear but now and again a stone cracking with the cold. Suddenly, just as Curlalex turned the corner of the very biggest wall, she saw, fast asleep at the foot of the wall, a huge man, bigger than the biggest oak in the biggest forest. Does the biggest forest have the largest trees? That feels like I feel like those two things aren't related. Um, maybe the biggest forest is a forest where all of the trees in it are the biggest trees. Um, I guess if a forest is like big enough, it means that it's like old, and it's had presumably it's been growing. So the longer it's been there, that means the like older the trees can be inside. That's okay. I concede. Um, the biggest oak in the biggest forest. The man was dressed in a huge cloak of coarse linen, and the strap he wore for a belt was 5 fathoms long. That's from, if I stretch my hands out like this, um from like end to end is a fathom. So what uh, they would, in like boats, you would like grab the the top of the rope and then like go down like swimming, um and then keep your lower hand where it is, turn over, let your arms drop all the way down again, and then they would sort of measure the rope, like how deep it was, how many of those would you um do. It, um that they probably didn't do that specifically. I think what they would actually do is they would mark the rope or like tie off like how much one of these is, and then they'd lower it in and you count like how many knots have you passed. um so 5 fathoms long is his belt. That is impressive. I also like to think that his um the strap was like marked at the fathoms so you could tell. I feel like people in fairy tale land, fairy tale times, were very good at measuring things just based on sight. Um, they just see things and instantly are like, "That's 5 fathoms. It's around a dude," but I can tell. um, his head was as big as the biggest barrel. Does the biggest barrel have to be made from the biggest tree? And his beard was like a shock of corn. Huh. So like yellow and lumpy. um he was so big. What if he just has like corn on his face? He was at the theater like stuffing his face with corn and now it's just like a milk mustache but corn. This giant was called. Oh wait, sorry. I got so excited by that extra that I skipped ahead. He was so big. He was so big, that man. You might have thought there was a church tower fallen down beside the wall. Oh, so which is a church tower would have been like the tallest thing, and then it's just like a huge fucking building fell down. But he is just a guy, just a big guy. This giant was called Rhaegar. I was not expecting this this to be the source of the name. Um, I'm really liking the Croatian fairy tales so far. This feels very creative and fresh. Um, the some of the European fairy tales are just kind of shitty. um, so this one feels fun. Um, he lived at Froston, and all he did was to count the stones of the city of Froston. Is he employed as doing that? Who does the city? Is he? Is Rhaegar a government employee? I don't understand. What service does this provide? Um, he could he could never have finished counting them, but for that huge head of his, as big as a barrel. Oh man, I'm not used to giants being depicted as smart. That's all. He's look at the size of his head. He must have a huge brain. I really like this. Um he could never have finished counting them, but for that huge head of his, as big as a barrel, and a barrel-sized brain. But he counted and counted. He had counted for 1,000 years and had already counted 30 walls and 5 gates of the city. When Curly spied Rhaegar, she clasped her hands and wondered. She never thought there could be such an immense creature in the world. So Curly sat down by Rhaegar's ear, and Rhaegar's ear was as big as the whole of Curly. So actually, okay, so she's not. I am okay. So she's a fairy, um, which could mean. And I was originally picturing Curly as a pixie, um, like tiny size, like a, she's the size of my ear. Um, oh, could this just be a human? Oh no, but she was big enough to ride on a horse. Or I guess I didn't say that she was riding on it like a human. Maybe she was hanging onto a hair. And either way, I've been assuming that there was like a size category in between Curly and Rhaegar. Um, maybe more than that. I didn't think that he was just like 7 feet tall, which now it seems like he might be 7 feet tall. If Curly Lux isn't actually. If I was picturing like if I'm a medium sized person, I'm like my size, and I go up to his ear, I would be the size of his ear, and then like Curly Lux would be even smaller than that. But I think this is just like a big dude, um, who's like he's not a giant, he's an ogre. Um, I guess I guess maybe in fairy tale times ogres and giants are like the same category. Um, aren't you cold, Daddy? That's a wild thing to say to a stranger that's sleeping. Maybe it's like pops or like Jisun, or like as uncle in some cultures. Um, Ragok looked up and laughed. Normal response, and looked at Curly Lux. Cold? I shouldn't think I was cold, answered Ragok, and his voice was as deep as distant thunder. Ragok's big nose was all red with the cold, and his hair and beard were thick with hoarfrost. Dear me, said Curlylocks, you're such a big man, and you aren't going to build yourself a roof to keep out the cold? Why should I? Said Ragok, and laughed again. The sun will be out presently. Ragok heaved himself up as to sit. He sat up. He clasped his left shoulder with his right hand, and his right shoulder he clasped with the left hand, so as to beat out the hoarfrost. And the hoarfrost came off each shoulder as if it were snow slipping off a roof. Look out, Daddy, you'll smother me, cried Curlylocks, but Ragok could scarcely hear her, because it was a long way from Curlylocks to his ear. So big was he when he sat up. So Ragok lifted Curlylocks onto his shoulder, told her his name and his business, and she told him how she had come. And here comes the sun, said Ragok, and pointed for Curlylocks to see. Curlylocks looked, and there was the sun rising, but so pale and feeble, as if there were no one for him to warm. I'd like the characterization of the sun as like uh like the sun shines for who needs it. um, and like it seemed and that it seems presumptuous of the sun to show up and like not be shining as much as people would like. um well, you are a silly Ragok, said Curlylocks. You are really silly to live here and spend your life counting these tiresome stones of Froston. Come along, Ragok, and see how beautiful the world is, and find something more sensible to do. Just let me find my horse that's galloping forever. Get on in like a train, just like ride him to the next wall. Um, Now it had never occurred to Ragok to want a finer home for himself than Froston City. Nor had he ever thought that there might be better work than his in the world. That's so sad. Ragok always thought, I was meant to count these stones of Froston, and had never asked for anything better. Oh man, this is like a metaphor for capitalism. um, Curlylocks never gave him no peace. Curlylocks, however, gave him no peace, but persuaded him to come out and see the world with her. This is like the most like manic pixie dream girl. I guess she is a fairy. um, but like I'm picturing the like DreamWorks movie based off of this. um, I'll take you to a lovely country, said Curlylocks, where there is an ancient forest. and beside the forest is two golden fields. Curlylux talked for a long time, and old Ragok had never had anybody to talk to, and so he couldn't resist persuasion. Well, let's go, said he. Curlylux was mightily pleased with this, but now they had to contrive something so that Ragok could carry Curlylux, because Ragok himself had nothing. So Curlylux drew out from her bosom a little bag of pearls, just like, everyone's got to carry pearls in their cleavage. It's required in like fairy society if you don't have like just like emergency pearls. Um, it was her mother who had given Curlylux these pearls before allowing her to go down to Earth and told her, "If you, daughter, these pearls have been in the family for generations. Put them in your cleavage." It's just these were in your grandmother's cleavage. uh, she said, if you ever should need anything, just throw down a pearl, and it will turn into whatever you want. Oh, it's a bag of tricks. It's cleavage pearl bag of tricks. This I need to make this a magic item in D&D. um, it will turn into whatever you want. That's dangerous. Be very careful of those pearls. Yeah, good advice. Because there are so many things in the world that you will want more and more as you go on. Curlylocks took out a tiny seed pearl, threw it down, and lo, before their eyes there grew a little basket, just as big as Curlylocks. Oh, you know what? Um, so this is proving my second prediction wrong as well. Um, So I thought the story mentioned her magic veil, which she used to sort of like Spider-Man onto the wall. And now I predicted that the veil would do more stuff, and she'd be like, "It's me, Curlylocks, and my magic veil. Like that's my thing. It can do many things, but no, each of her magic items has a specific purpose. I'm now going to make the prediction that Curlylex has a bunch of cool magic items. She is like a broken character concept. The GM allowed her to have way too much gold at starting, and she's kitted the fuck out with magic items, which is the move if you're gonna send your like fairy child out into the world and you have them. Just be like, no, I'm just gonna load you the fuck up, dude, and like, and you're going to have adventures and be able to get out of them. She's got the magic veil that does Spider-Man stuff. She's got cleavage pearls that can turn into whatever you wish for. Um, so it's each one has a wish spell in it. But it's a bit it's I guess it's more limited than wish because it turns into a thing, which is not necessarily uh magical. I guess wish can do that too, but it yeah, like I said, it's limited because there's not other things it can do. Maybe just like I'll be curious to see if it can turn into living objects or just like objects. Um Curlylex took out a tiny seed pearl. Oh, okay, third magic item. Here we go. Uh, threw it down, and lo, before their eyes there grew a little basket, just as big as Curlylex, and the basket had a loop attached, just big enough to fit Ragok's ear. Curlylex jumped into the basket, and Regok picked up the basket and hung it on his ear like an earring. Hell yeah. Oh, and he can hear her if he does that. Oh, but she's the size of his ear though. I feel like he's got she Curly Locks is a sick like the heaviest hoop you've ever seen that's just like hanging down the earlobe. Um Whenever Rhaegar laughed, whenever he sneezed or shook his head, Curly Locks rocked as if she were in a swing, and she thought it a capital way of traveling. So Rhaegar started to walk, and had already taken a 10-yard stride when Curly Locks stopped him and begged, "Couldn't we go underground, perhaps, Rhaegar dear?" That I like that she started calling him Daddy when she first saw him. Um, and now she's like, okay, you're not a stranger anymore. I'm calling you Rhaegar dear. um, so that I might see what there is under the earth. Why not? Answered Rhaegar, for he could break into the earth as easy uh, as fun. As easy as fun. As easy as fun. I've heard that once or twice, but that is a pretty uncommon phrase. At least nowadays. I guess presumably it is easy to have fun. Um, at least in fairy tale times. Only it had never entered his head to look what might be underground. But Curlylocks wanted to know everything about everything, so they agreed to travel underground until they should arrive under the forest by the golden fields, and there they would come up. When they had settled that, Regok began to break up the earth. He lifted up his great feet and stamped for the first time, and at that the whole great city of Froston shook, and a great many walls tumbled down. Oh no, I hope the horse wasn't at them. Rhaegar raised his feet a second time and stamped again, and the whole plain quaked. Oh, I assume they mean the region, not the fucking plane of existence. Interdimensional stomp. Um, because they mentioned the plane earlier, so I think it's just the local biome. Um, and lo, half the world trembled, and the solid earth gaped under Rhaegar. Oh, okay, yeah. So that is so it just got like bigger each time. I feel like the world wouldn't come after the plane of existence. Um, Rhaegar and Curly fell into the hole and down under the earth. So he just like boom, 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 and then like it just like fucking rocked half of the earth. Uh, I feel like there's a lot of unnecessary energy dissipation in this like stomp that he's done, because if you drill into the ground, you're not going to feel it on the other side of the earth. You might feel it like several blocks away. But the not the other side of the earth, but like that half of the earth is not going to feel it. Um, you're not going to affect an entire hemisphere by like breaking the ground. So his stomp is dissipating energy laterally across the globe's surface. um, which I feel like there's got to be, if you're close by that, I feel like there'd be some sort of shockwave. Um Huge AoE. Um they fell into the hole and down under the earth. When they got there, they found the earth all honeycombed with pillars and passages on every side, and heaven alone knew where they all led to. And they could hear waters rushing and the moaning of the winds. They followed one of the passages, and for a while they had light from the hole through which they had fallen. But as they went on, it grew darker and darker, black darkness such as there is nowhere save in the bowels of the earth. Rhaegar tramped calmly in the dark. With his great hands, he felt his way from pillar to pillar. But Curlylocks was frightened by the great darkness. She clung to Rhaegok's ear and cried, "It's dark, Rhaegok dear." "Well, and why not?" returned Rhaegok. "The dark didn't come to us. It's we have come to it." Then Curlylocks got cross because Rhaegok never minded anything, and she had expected great things from so huge a man. She's like, "Why do you never get mad?" I feel like that's something that someone would say in a Manic Pixie Dream Girl movie. um, although he's Brigok is much more wise than a romantic partner. I'm I would prefer if romance stayed out of this story. And I'm getting the feeling that it will, which I'm continue to remain hopeful for. Um, I should be in a nice fix with you, but for my pearls. Oh, sorry, I did Rayok's voice with that. But yeah, I could see this, like, this would make a kick-ass movie. It could be in the Shrek verse. Um, I should be in a nice fix with you, but for my pearls, Curlylux said quite angrily. Then she threw down another pearl, and a tiny lantern grew in her hand, as bright as it were, as bright as if it were lit with gold. The darkness crept back deeper into the earth, and the light shone far through the underground passages. Curdlylux was delighted with her lantern, because it showed up all the marvels which had been swallowed by the earth in days of old. Huh. In one place she saw lordly castles with doors and windows, all fretted with gold and framed in red marble. In another place were warriors' weapons, slender barreled muskets, and heavy scimitars studded with gems and precious stones. In a third place she saw long buried treasures, golden dishes, and silver goblets full of gold ducats, and the emperor's very crown of gold 3 times refined. This is another, like, she can look at uh Rhaegok's belt and know how many fathoms it is, and now she looks at gold and knows how many times it was refined. Um, this maybe this is another power that she has. Um, I feel like bag of tricks type object, or like you have um a powerful magic weapon that will sort of like, or magic item that like um can turn into a bunch of things, like an arbitrary number of things, um as something that like a character has, and then just like, here is a thing that this character pulled out that was like, had a clever use in this situation. I feel like that's come up in multiple fairy tales, and like, I'm never sure what the moral for those are, because it's usually like, here's a here's a clever way this person got out of it, but with like magic. Um so it's not like they're not using ingenuity in the same way that someone would typically be praising. Um which is interesting. I like that this is like a thing that appears. So what I mean to say is that we'll probably just see like creative solutions with this. I do feel like, because the mom warned about it, that it can run out, that we might get to the end of it, and then, there will be something there with like, we've run out, and now what do we do? Which is kind of exciting. That's quite advanced for like a fairy tale story. Um, all So, oh yeah, the emperor's very crown of gold, 3 times refined. All these treasures had been swallowed up by God's will, and it is God's secret why so much treasure should lie there undisturbed. That's wild. Um, but Curlylocks was quite dazzled with all these marvels, and instead of going straight ahead by the way they had settled upon, she begged Regok to put her down so that she might play about a little and admire all the strange things and gaze upon the wonders of God's secret. The fact that God is part of it now is making me think that like is Curlylocks going to be punished for her frivolous ways? Is and like that's this like moral? Oh no, I didn't realize Croatia would be so Christian. Um, So Regok set Curlylocks down, and Curlylocks took her little lantern and ran to the castles and to the weapons and to the treasure hoards. Unless she might lose her little bag of pearls while she was playing, she laid it down beside a pillar. Oh no. As for Regok, he sat down to rest not far off. Curlylocks began to play with the treasures. She looked at the beautiful things and rummaged among them. With her tiny hands, she scattered the golden ducats, examined the goblets chased in silver, and put upon her head the crown of gold 3 times refined. She played about, looked round and admired, and at last caught sight of a very slender little ivory staff propped up against a mighty pillar. That's a wizard staff. But it was just that slender staff that kept the mighty pillar from collapsing. Oh, maybe it's an immovable rod. Because the pillar was already completely hollowed out by the water. And therefore, God had caused that little staff to fall down there. And the staff held up the pillar under the earth. But Curlylocks wondered, why is it that little staff just there? And she went and picked up the staff to look at it. But no sooner had Curlylocks taken the staff and moved it than the subterranean passages re echoed with a terrible rumbling noise. The great pillar trembled, swayed, and crashed down amid a whole mountain of falling earth, closing in and blocking up the path between Regok and Curlylocks. They could neither see nor hear one another, nor could they reach one another. There was the poor little fairy Curlylocks caught in the bowels of the earth. She was buried alive in that vast grave, and perhaps would never again see those golden fields for which she had set out, and all because she would not go straight on by the way they had intended, but would loiter and turn aside to the right and to the left to pry into God's secrets. Holy shit. She was divinely punished for doing a side quest. stick to the main story, you fuck. I was holy shit. Curlylocks wept and cried. Okay, so she's not dead yet. Curlylocks wept and cried and tried to get Rhaegar, but she found that there was no way through, and that her plight was hopeless. And for the bag of pearls, which might have helped her, it was buried under the landslide. When Curlylocks realized this, she stopped crying, for she was proud, and she thought, there is no help for it, and I must die. Rhaegar won't come to my rescue, because his wits are too slow even to help himself, let alone make him remember to help me. So there is nothing for it, and I must die. So Curlylocks prepared for death, but in case folk should ever find in her grave, she wanted them to know that she came of royal blood. So she set down the crown of 3 times refined upon her head, took the ivory staff in her hand, and lay down to die. There was no one beside Curlylocks except her little lantern, burning as if it were lit with gold, and his curly locks began to grow cold and stiff, so the lantern burned low and dim. Ragok was really old, and Ragok was really an old stupid. Okay, so the thing about him having a big head was not anything. I really thought that they were going to be like, he's really good at counting. But he is an old stupid apparently. um when the pillar crashed down and there was the big landslide between him and Curlylocks, he never moved, but sat still in the dark. Thus he sat for quite a long time before it occurred to him to go and find out what had happened. He felt his way in the dark to the spot where Curlylocks had been, groped about, and realized that the earth had subsided there and the passage was indeed blocked. But that way's choked up now, considered Ragok, and nothing else could he think of, but turned around, left the mound of fallen earth and Curlylocks behind it, and went back by the road they had traveled from Froston City. Thus old Ragok went his way, pillar by pillar. He had already gone a goodish bit, but there was all the time something worrying him. Ragok himself couldn't imagine what it was that worried him. He arranged the strap around his waist. Perhaps it had been too tight. Then he stretched his arm. Perhaps his arm had gone to sleep. Yet it was neither the one nor the other, but something else that worried. Ragok wondered what in the world it could be. He wondered, and as he wondered, he shook his head. And as Ragok shook his head, the little basket swung at his ear. And Ragok felt how light the basket was, and that there was no Curlylocks inside. A bitter pang shot through his heart and his breast, and simpleton though he was, he knew well enough that he was grieved because he missed Curlylocks, and he realized also that he ought to save her. It had taken Ragok a lot of trouble to think out all that, but once he had thought it out, he turned like the wind and flew back to the place where the landslide was to find Curlylocks behind the heap of earth. He flew and arrived just in time. Ragok burrowed away with both hands. In a little while, he had burrowed a big hole so that he could see Curlylocks lying there. The crown of fine gold on her head. She was already growing cold and rigid with her little lantern beside her, and the flame of it as feeble as the tiniest little glowworm. If Ragok had cried out in his grief, the earth would have rocked, and the little lantern would have gone out altogether. Even the little glowworm light by the side of Curlylocks would have died away. But Ragok's throat was all tight with pain, so that he could not cry out. He put out his great big hand and gently picked up poor Curlylocks, who was already quite cold, and warmed her between the hollowed palms of his huge hands, as you would warm a starved dicky bird in winter. This is like an emotional moment, and it's really beautiful. And at this point in the movie, we're all crying. Don't mention a dicky bird. That's stupid. And lo, in a little while, Curlylocks moved her little head, and at once the lantern burned a little brighter. And then Curlylocks moved her arm, and the lantern burned brighter still. At last, Curlylocks opened her eyes, and the lantern burned as brightly as if its flame were pure gold. Then Curlylocks jumped to her feet, caught hold of Ragok's beard, and they both of them cried for pure joy. Oh my god, you guys! Ragok's tears were as big as pearls, and Curlylocks as tiny as millet seed. But except for the size, they were both the same sort. And from that moment, these two were mightily fond of one another. They bonded over trauma. When they had finished their cry, Curlylocks found her pearls, and then they went on. But they touched no more of the things they saw underground. neither the sunken ships with their hoards of treasure, which they had worked their way down from the bottom of the sea, nor the red coral, nor the yellow amber which twined around the underground pillars. I like this depiction of God as like um the force of like the tiger in Aladdin, that like the cave of wonders, I think is what it's called. The cave of wonders as like a creature is like it's similar to like a dragon with like a horde, where it's like a magical space, and it will absolutely swallow you and desiccate you. That's the Cave of Wonders is really like a really fucking horrifying creature. It's like a mimic, but like an entire dungeon. Um, that would be a really fucking cool campaign idea. I need to make that. Um, oh man, I'm already getting really cool Cave of Wonders based. Uh, ooh, that would make a sick one shot. Oh my god. I need to write this down. What an awesome ass idea. So I'm thinking the Cave of Wonders is a construct. It's similar to a living demiplane. It can only be created by like um accidentally like making a living spell, um just by like arcane experimentation and like fucking something up really bad. I particularly if you play in a world with like snarls, like what the Strixhaven campaign has, um I could see that being like the source of one. Like someone was making a demi-plane attached to an object, um, and then it sort of like it got awakened and became like more and more powerful and started consuming magic items, um, and just became a whole dungeon itself. And it would like get more powerful by like you it swallows a magic item like a genie lamp, for example, and people know that it's in there, or it shows it to them. Maybe lets a few people out, and then adventurers come in. They think they're like going to get the magic item, but they just end up deeper and deeper, and it's like uh I mean, it's just a dungeon, so, and it's caves, and then they die there, and it sort of consumes their soul or something, maybe just their body. um um, that would be a ooh, what a good lich concept. Oh, wait, it could also be a lich. I think I like it better as a construct that gains sentience. Um, and eventually it becomes like this would be a good like campaign villain. Um, Cave of Wonders, consuming powerful magic items and um making illusions. As adventurers are like attracted to the magic items inside, they go in, get lost, touch something that's not the magic lamp, or whatever it is that it swallowed, and then just get further and further in the caves. Um, all right, I love that. Good inspiration, Ragok. So they've had this beautiful reunion. They're crying wonderful tears, and they've learned not to get trapped in Cave of Wonders ass demiplane mimics. Um they touched nothing but went straight along the way that would take them to the golden fields. When they had gone on thus for a long time, Curlylocks asked Rhaegar to hold her up, and when he did so, Curlylocks took a handful of earth from above her head. She took the earth, looked at her hand, and there, among the soil, she found leaves and fibers. "Here we are, Daddy, under the forest beside the golden fields," said Curlylocks. So she's not calling him Rhaegar dear anymore. She's gone back to calling him Daddy. And he's Rhaegar is like, I don't know who all these other people you're referring to, because he's not clever enough. Let's hurry up and get out. So Rhaegar stretched himself and began to break through the earth with his head. Though this time he's not stomping. Is his head more geodynamic? Will it rock the entire world again? Um, and indeed, they were under the forest. Oh no, it's yeah. Maybe he should have gone head first in the first place. He's like, this is why I always dive into the earth head first now, so it doesn't make a fucking shockwave. And indeed, they were under the forest, just underneath a wooded glen between the two villages and the two counties. No one ever came to this glen, but the herd boys and girls from both villages and both counties. So it's like a for sheep grazing only. Now there was a bitter strife between the two villages, strife over the threshing floors and the pastures and the mills and the timber felling, and most of all over the staff of headsmanship. Oh, is that the staff that they have now? Which one of the villages had long claimed as belonging to it by rights, and the other would not give up. So these two villages were at enmity with one another. But the herd boys and girls of both villages were just simple young folk who understood nothing about the rights of their elders and cared less but met every day on the boundary between the two villages and the two counties. Their flocks mingled and fed together, while the boys played games, and over their games would often be late in bringing the sheep home of an evening. For this, the poor boys and girls would be soundly ratted and scolded in both villages. But in one of the villages, there was a great grandfather and a great grandmother who could remember all that had ever happened in either village, and they said, "Leave the children alone. A better harvest will spring from their childish games than ever from your wheat in the fields." So the shepherds kept on coming, as before, with their sheep to the glen, and in time, the parents stopped bothering about what the children did. And so it was, on the day when Regok broke through the earth at that very spot, the boys and girls happened to be all gathered together. Let me close that. Under the biggest oak, getting ready to go home. One was tying up his shoes, another fixing a thong to a stick, and the girls were collecting the sheep. All of a sudden, they heard a dreadful thumping in the earth right underneath their feet. There was a thud, then a second, and at the third thud, the earth gaped, and there came right in the midst of the shepherds a large head as big as a barrel, with a beard like a shock of corn, and the beard still bristling with hoarfrost from the frosted city. The boys and girls all screamed with fright and fell down in a dead faint, not so much because of the head as big as a barrel, but because of the beard that looked for all the world like a shock of corn. That is pretty wild to see. So the shepherds fainted away, all but young Lilo. Lilio. I was like, Lilo, this is fairy tale Lilo and Stitch. Instead of a little alien guy, you got a giant and a fairy. I feel like if you combine them together, that's kind of correct. Um, all but young Lilio, who was the handsomest and cleverest among the lads of both villages and counties. Lilio kept his feet and went close up to see what sort of monster it might be. "Don't be afraid, children," said Lilio to the shepherds. "The Lord never created that monstrous giant for evil, else he would have killed half the world by now." So Lilio walked boldly up to Regok, and Regok lifted the basket with Curlylocks down for his ear and set it on the ground. "Come, oh come quickly, boys," cried Lilio. "There is a little girl with him, little and lovely as a star." The herd boys and girls got up and began to peep from behind each other. Scooby-Doo ass pose. Um, Curlylocks and those who had first been the most frightened were now the foremost and coming up to, oh, sorry, behind each other at Curlylocks, and those who had been first most frightened were now foremost and coming up to Curlylocks. Because you see, they were always quickest in everything. That's nice. No sooner had the herd boys and girls seen dear little Curlylocks than they loved her. They helped her out of her basket, led her to where the turf was the softest, and fell to admiring her lovely robes. Okay, so this is also confirmation that there are medium-sized people. Um, and I think what we have here is Curlylocks is like halfling sized. Um, yeah, that feels right. She's small. Um, and then the humans here are medium. And then uh I think based on what we've heard, Rhaegar is size huge. So he's not he's not as small as a horse. Um he's not like it said like a church steeple earlier, so he's I think he's like 2 stories tall. That feels right. So he's like 20 feet tall. Um, they helped her out of her basket, led her to where the turf was the softest, and fell to admiring her lovely robes, which were as light as gossamer and blue as the sky, and her hair, which was shining and soft as the morning light. But most of all, they admired her fairy veil, for she would wave it just for a moment, and then rise from the grass and float in the air. I thought she like stuck to stuff with it, but it sounds like it makes her fly. Um, which is interesting. So she doesn't have wings. She has a flying item. So she is more like a fae. Maybe she's a gnome. The herd boys and girls and Curlylocks danced in a ring together and played all kinds of games. Curlylock's little feet twinkled for pure joy, and her eyes laughed, and so did her lips. Because why would you mention the eyes first then? Um, because she had found companions who liked the same things as she did. And Curlylocks brought out her little bag of pearls to give presents and pleasure to her new friends. She threw down a pearl, and a little tree grew up in their midst, all decked with colored ribbons, silk kerchiefs, and red kerchiefs for the girls. Or sorry, and red necklaces for the girls. She threw down a second pearl, and from all parts of the forest came forth haughty peacocks. They stalked and strutted, they flew up and away, shedding their glorious feathers all over the turf, so that the grass fairly sparkled with them. And the herd boys stuck the feathers in their caps and doublets. Yet another pearl did Curlylock's throw. Out from a lofty branch there dropped a golden swing with silken robes, and when the boys and girls got on the swing, it swooped and swooped, as light as a swallow, and as gently as the grand barge of the Duke of Venice. Oh, as gently. The children shouted for joy, and Curlylocks threw out all the pearls in her bag, one after another, never thinking that she ought to save them, because Curlylocks liked nothing in the world better than lovely games and pretty songs. And so she spent her pearls down to the last little seed pearl, though heaven alone knew how badly she would need them soon, both she and her new friends. I shall never leave you any more, cried Curlylocks merrily, and the herd boys and girls clapped their hands and threw up their caps for joy over her words. Only Lelio had not joined in their games, because he was rather sad and worried that day. He stayed near Rhagoch, and from there he watched Curlylocks in all her loveliness, and the pretty magic she made there in the forest. Meantime, Rhagoch had come out of his hole. Out he came and stood up among the trees in the forest, and as he stood there his head rose above the 100-year-old forest. So terribly big was Rhagoch. Over the forest looked Rhagoch, and out into the plain. The sun had already set, and the sky was all crimson. In the plain you could see two golden fields spread out like two gold kerchiefs, and in the midst of the fields two villages like two white doves. A little way beyond the two villages flowed the mighty river Banewater, and all along the river rose great grass-grown dikes, and on the dikes you could see herds and their keepers moving. Well, well, said Rhagoch, and to think that I have spent 1,000 years in Froston City, in that desert, where there is so much beauty in the world. And Rhagoch was so delighted with looking into the plain that he just stood there with his great head, as big as a barrel, turning from right to left, like a huge scarecrow nodding above the treetops. Presently, Lelio called to him, "Sit down, Daddy." That's just something that you call old guys in Croatia, I guess. Um, for fear the elders of the villages should see you. Oh, interesting. Oh, they want to keep him a secret. Rhaegar sat down, and the two started talking, and Lilio told Rhaegar why he was so sad that day. A very wicked thing is going to happen today, said Lilio. I overheard the elders of our village talking last night, and this is what they said. Let us pierce the dike along the river Banewater. The river will widen the hole, the dike will fall, and the water will flood the enemy village. It will drown men and women, flood the graveyard and the fields, till the water will be level above them, and nothing but a lake to show where the enemy's village has been. But our fields are higher, and our village lies on a height, so no harm will come to us. And then they really went out with a great ram to pierce the dike secretly and at dead of night. But, Daddy, continued Lelio, I know that our fields are not so high, and I know that the water will overflow them too. And before the night is over, there will be a lake where our two villages used to be, and that is why I am so sad. Oh, so so he's not like our friends will die because of the evil of humanity. It's like they're I feel like they don't need to it is a good metaphor for like what the earth does in response to what all of humanity does to itself by fighting each other is they will kill each other in the end. They were still talking when a terrible noise and clamor arose from the plain. There, cried Lelio, the dreadful thing has happened. Regok drew himself up, picked up Lelio, and the two looked out over the plain. It was a sad sight to see. The dike was crumbling, and the mighty black Banewater rolling in two arms across the beautiful fields. One arm rolled towards the village, and the second arm rolled towards the other village. Animals were drowning. The golden fields disappeared below the flood. Above the graves, the crosses were afloat, and both villages rang with cries and shouting. For in both villages the elders had gone out to the threshing floors with cymbals, drums, and fifes, and there they were drumming and piping away, each to spite the other village. So crazed were they with malice, while over and above that din the village dogs howled dismally, and the women and children wept and wailed. Daddy, cried Lelio, why have I not your hands to stop the water? Terrified and bewildered by the dreadful clamor in the plain, the herd boys and girls cowered round Rhaegar and Lelio. When Curlylocks heard what was the matter, she called out quickly and sprightly, as befits a little fairy. Come on, Rhaegar, come on and stop the water. Yes, yes, let's go, cried the herd of boys of both villages and both counties, as they wept and sobbed without stopping. Come on, Rhaegar, and take us along too. Rhaegar stooped, gathered up Lelio and Curlylocks, who was still carrying her lantern in his right hand, and all the rest of the herd boys and girls in his left. And then Rhaegar raced with 10 fathom strides. So he can walk twice his circumference. um uh Behind him ran the sheep, bleating with terror, and so they reached the plain. Through fog and twilight ran Rhaegar, with the children in his arms, and the terrified flocks at his heels in frantic flight, all running towards the dike, and out to meet them flowed the black Banewater, killing and drowning as it flowed. It is terribly strong, is that water. It is terribly strong, is that water. It's terribly strong, that water. Stronger than Rhaegar? Who knows? Will it sweep away Rigok too? Oh, this is suddenly uh tune in next time. uh, will it drown those poor herd boys and girls also? And must the dear little fairy Curly Lux die? And she as lovely as a star? Man, they really are. I'm starting to feel like this story is exploitative of the characters because it keeps putting them in danger and being like, I don't know how the gang's gonna make it out of this one. Um, so Regok ran across the meadow. That's a perfect. Maybe in fairy tale tellings you can have like a commercial break or like an intermission. Um, thank you, friends. Tip your waiters. Um, and then we come back to the action. Regok ran across the meadow, which was still dry, and came all breathless to the dike, where there was a great breach, through which the water was pouring with frightful force. Stop it up, Regok, stop it up, wailed the boys and girls. Not far from the dike, there was a little mound in the plain. Put us on that mound, cried Curlylux briskly. Regok set down Lelio and Curlylux and the herd boys and girls on the hillock, and the sheep and lambs crowded round them. Already the hillock was just an island in the middle of the water, but Regok took one mighty stride into the water, and then lay down facing the dike, stopping up the breach with his enormous chest. For a little while the water ceased to flow, but it was so terribly strong that nothing on earth could stop it. The water pressed forward and eddied round Regok's shoulders. It broke through under him, over him, about him, everywhere, and rolled on over the plain. Regok stretched out both arms and piled up the earth in great handfuls, but as fast as he piled it up, the water carried it away. Into the plain the water kept rising higher and higher. Fields, villages, cattle, threshing floors, not one of them could be seen any more. Of both villages, the roofs and church steeples were all that showed above the flood. Even around the hillock, where the herd boys and girls were standing with Lelio and Curlylux, the flood was rising higher and higher. The poor young things were weeping and crying, some for their mothers, other for their brothers and sisters, and some for their homes and gardens, because they saw that both villages had perished and not a soul saved, and the water rising about them too. So they crowded up higher and higher upon the hillock. They huddled together around Lelio and Curlylux, who were standing side by side in the midst of their friends. Lelio stood still and white as a marble, but Curlylock's eyes shone, and she held up her lantern towards Ragok to give him the light for his work. Curlylock's veil rose and fluttered in the night wind, and hovered above the water, as though the little fairy were about to fly away and vanish from among these terrors. Curlylocks, don't go, don't leave us, wailed the herd boys, to whom it seemed as if there were an angel with them, while they could look upon Curlylocks. I'm not going away, cried Curlylocks, but her veil fluttered as if it would carry her away of its own accord, over the water and up into the clouds. Suddenly they heard a scream. The water had risen and caught one of the girls by the hem of her skirt and was washing her away. Lelio stooped just in time, seized the girl, and pulled her back on the hillock. We must tie ourselves together, cried the herd boys. We must be tied to each other, or we shall perish. Here, children, here, cried Curlylux, who had a kind and pitiful heart. Quickly she stripped her magic veil off her shoulders and gave it to the herd girls. They tore the veil into strips, knotted the strips into long ropes, and bound themselves together, each to the other, round Lelio and Curlylocks, and around the shepherds, bleated the poor sheep in terror of being drowned. That's cool as hell. We started out with this character that showed up with like overpowered magic items. Um and then it's like, oh yeah, they do cool stuff, but she like uses them all up on like frivolous things. But now she's like I feel like she was kind of punished a little bit for like going on a frivolous side quest, but I don't I yeah, I guess we'll see where this takes us, but I don't know. I like that she's like sacrificing this like powerful magic item in this way. This is like yeah, maybe it'll say that this was the wrong way to use the magic item, but um they bound each other around Lelio and Curlylex, and around the shepherds bleated the poor sheep in terror of being drowned. But Curlylocks was now among these poor castaways, no better off than the rest of them. Her pearls she had wasted on toys, and her magic veil she had given away and torn up out of the goodness of her heart, and now she could no longer fly nor save herself out of this misery. But Lelio loved Curlylocks better than anything else in the world, and when the water was already up to his feet, he called, "Don't be afraid, Curlylocks. I will save you and hold you up." And he held up Curlylocks in his arms. With one hand, Curlylocks clung round Lelio's neck, and with the other, she held up her little lantern aloft towards Rhaegar. And Rhaegar, lying on his chest in the water, was all the time steadily fighting the flood. Right and left of Rhaegar rose the ruins of the dike like two great horns. Rhaegar's beard was tousled, and his shoulders were bleeding. Yet he could not stop the Banewater, and the flood around the hillock was rising and rising, down to the poor remnant there, and it was night, yea, midnight. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Curlylocks, and through all this sobbing and crying, she laughed aloud as she called to Rhaegar. "Rhaegar, you old simpleton, why don't you sit between these two horns of the dike? Why don't you dam the flood with your shoulders?" The herd boys and girls stopped wailing at once, so dumbfounded they were at the idea. Not one of them had thought of that before. "Ooh hoo hoo," was all you could hear, and that was Rhaegar laughing. And when Rhaegar laughs, mind you, it's no joke. All the water around him boiled and bubbled as he shook with laughter over his own stupidity. Then Rhaegar stood up, faced about, and in a twinkling he sat down between those two horns. And then happened the most wonderful thing of all, for all the black Banewater stood as though you had rolled a wall into the breach. It stood, and could not rise above Rhaegar's shoulders, but followed its usual course, as before, the whole current behind Rhaegar's back. And surely that was a most marvelous rescue. I feel like everyone's dead except for the children. I guess all the people that hated each other are dead. The boys and girls were saved from the worst of the danger, and Rhaegar, sitting comfortably, took up earth in handfuls, and all slow and surely rebuilt the dike under himself, and on either hand. He began in the middle of the night, and when the dawn broke, the job was finished. And just as the sun rose, Rhaegar got up from the dike with his work done, and started combing his beard, which was all caked with mud, twigs, and little fishes. But the poor boys and girls were not yet done with their troubles, for for where were they to go, and how were they to get there? There they stood up on top of the hillock. All around them was a waste of water. Nothing was to be seen of the two villages but just a few roofs, and not a soul alive in either. To be sure, the villagers might have saved themselves if they had taken refuge in their attics, but in both villages everybody had gone to the threshing floor with cymbals and fifes to make merry, so that they could watch the destruction of the other. Damn. And when the water was up to their waists, they were still clanging their cymbals, and when it was up to their necks, they still blew their fifes for gratified spite. And so they were drowned, one and all, with their fifes and cymbals, and served them right for their malice and uncharitableness. So the poor children were left without a soul to cherish or protect them, all houseless and homeless. "We're not sparrows to live on housetops," said the boys sadly, as they saw only the roofs sticking out of the water. "And we're not foxes to live in burrows in the hills. If someone could clear our villages out uh, of the water, we might make shift to get along somehow. But as it is, we might as well jump into the water with our flocks and be drowned like the rest, for we have nowhere and no one to turn to." That was a sad plight indeed. Regok himself was dreadfully sorry for them, but there was an evil he could no wise but here was an evil he could no wise remedy. He looked out over the water and said, "There's too much water for me here for me to bail out or to drink up so as to clear your villages. Children, what shall I do for you?" But then up and spoke Lelio, that was the wisest lad in these parts. "Regok, daddy, if you cannot drink so much water, the earth can. Break a hole in the ground, daddy, and drain off the water into the earth." "Dearie me, and wasn't that this is just the narrator. "Dearie me, and wasn't that great wisdom in a lad no bigger than Ragok's finger?" Forthwith, not forthwith, Ragok stamped on the ground and broke a hole in the earth like a thirsty dragon, began to drink and swallow and suck down into herself all that mighty water from off the whole plain. Before the long Before long the earth had gulped down all the water. Villages, fields, and meadows reappeared, ravaged and mud covered, to be sure, but everything in its right place. All the corpses of the villagers are deposited gently. Uh, the young castaways cheered up at the sight, but none was so glad as Curlylocks. She clapped her hands and cried, "Oh, won't it be lovely when the fields all grow golden again and the meadows green?" But hereupon, herd boys and girls were all downcast once more, and Lilia said, "Who will show us how to till the ground now that no one of our parents is left alive?" This author thought of everything, and I love it. They really committed to like logically figuring out how this story would work. Um, and indeed, far and wide, there was not a soul alive other than that company of helpless young things in the midst of the ravaged plain, and none of them but Ragok, who was so big and clumsy and simple that he could not turn his head inside one of the houses, nor did he know anything about plowing or husbandry. So they were all in the dumps once more, and most of all Ragok, who was so fond of pretty Curlylocks, and now he could do nothing for her nor her friends. And worst of all, Ragok was getting terribly homesick for his desolate city of Froston. He's like, I could have been counting wall tiles still. I This has been quite a big adventure. Um this night he had swallowed mud enough to last him 1,000 years, and seen more than enough of trouble. And so he was just dying to be back in his vast empty city where he had counted the stones in peace for so many hundred years. So the herd boys were very crestfallen, and Lilio was crestfallen, and Ragok the most crestfallen of all. And really it was sad to look upon all these poor boys and girls doomed to perish without their parents and withered like a flower cut off from its root. Wow, narrator, you're too eager for these characters to die, and I don't approve. Only Curlylocks looked gaily about her, right and left, for nothing could damp her good spirits. Suddenly Curlylocks cried out, "Look, oh look, what are those people? Oh dear, but they must have seen sights and wonders." All looked towards the village, and there, at one of the windows, appeared the heads of an aged couple. Or are these the old folks that didn't give in to hate and told everyone to take care of the children, or like let the children be friends with each other? Um, an aged couple, an old man and an old woman. They waved their kerchiefs, they called the young people by name, and laughed till their wrinkled faces all shone with joy. They killed the middle generation only. They were great grandfather and great grandmother, who had been the only sensible people in the two villages and had saved themselves by taking a refugee. I need to stop saying refugee instead of refuge. Taking refuge in the attic. If I read ahead a little bit, I will understand the phrase I'm about to say. Oh dear, if the children had seen the sun at his rising and the morning star at that attic window, they would not have shouted for joy. The heavens rang again as they called out, Granny, Granddad. They raced to the village like young whippets, Curly Locks in front, with her golden hair streaming in the wind, and after them, ewes and lambs. They never stopped till they reached the village, and there, grandfather and grandmother were waiting for them at the gate. They welcomed them, hugged them, and none of them could find words to thank God enough for his mercy in giving granddad and grandma so much wisdom as to make them take refuge in the attic. And that was really a very good thing, because they were the only quite simple villages, because these were only quite simple villages, where there were no books nor written records, and who could have reminded the herd boys and girls of the consequences of wickedness if granddad and grandma had not been spared? Uh, I mean, we just spent like a paragraph talking about why it would be bad that these kids are alone. You don't need to add teaching them about wickedness into it. When they had done hugging each other, they remembered Ragok. They looked round the plain, but there was no Ragok. He was gone. Gone all of a sudden. The dear, huge thing. Gone like a mouse down its hole. And Ragok had indeed gone like a mouse down its hole. For when Grandpa and Grandma appeared at the attic window, Ragok got such a fright as he had never yet had in his life. He was terrified at the sight of their furrowed, wrinkled, withered old faces. Oh dear, oh dear. What a lot of trouble these old people must have been through in these parts to have come to look like that, thought Ragok, and in his terror, he that very instant jumped down into the hole through which the black bane water had sunk down, and so ran away back to his desolate frozen city, Frosted city. All went well in the village. Granddad and Grandpa and Grandma taught the young folk, and the young folk plowed and sowed. Upon the grandparents' advice, they built just one village, one threshing floor, one church, and one graveyard, so that there should be no more jealousy or trouble. All went well, but the best of all was that in the heart of the village stood a beautiful tower of mountain marble, and on the top of it they had made a garden where blossomed oranges and wild olive. There lived Curlylocks, the lovely fairy, and looked down upon the land that had been so dear to her from the moment when she first came to earth. And of an evening, when the field work was done, Lelio would lead the herd boys and girls to the tower. They would sing songs and dance in a ring in the garden with Curlylocks, always lovely, gentle, and joyous. But under the earth, Ragok once more fell in with the black bane water, as it roared and bubbled underneath, while he wrestled with it till he forced it deeper and deeper into the earth, and right down to the bottom of the pit, so that it never again served the spite and envy of man. And then Ragok went on to Froston City. There he is sitting to this very day, counting the stones and praying the Lord never again tempt him away from that vast and desolate spot, which is the very place for one so big and simple. Wow. That's great. I some of it was kind of fucked up. But like in a special fairy tale way. That was cool in a way that I really don't expect from fairy tales. This one is going in my list of really good ones. And yeah, I like there is like complicated morality in this. And the character really did seem like she sort of changed. Rhaegar didn't really change. Um, but Curly Locks, who is arguably the real main character, um, is that has sort of like had this like loss of reliance on the like magical items that she had, up like a fear of death, appreciation for like beautiful and uh like perishable things, and like human life. um and like I don't agree with the sentiments about going on side quests is evil. um, and it seemed like it was also sort of shaming her for like wanting the joy from her friends. And in some ways it didn't seem like it actually punished her for that. There were like consequences to that, but it seemed like making friends with the children is was like why they were saved. um so I feel like it might have been endorsing that a little bit, just sort of like it. That's why that's one of the like complicated morality bits where it's like they're like there are consequences to behaving in this way, but it's still good overall. Um, which is like not at all something I've come to expect from fairy tales, and like feels like it's still a nice life lesson today. Um, which is I feel like fairy tale morals are very outdated often in a archaeological sense. um but yeah, this is really something special. I'm very happy I happened upon this one. I saw I explicitly chose Croatian tales because it I don't think it's one that we've done before. um and I was just like looking at the different names of stories, and I saw Rhaegar, and the name just sort of like spoke to me. I was just like, that's a neat name for a story. I wonder what that's about. Um and I liked that. I like that it seemed like it was gonna be a spirit kind of situation with the horse at the beginning. And I was like, maybe the horse is Rhaegar. um, but I yeah, I really. And the horse kept running in that town too. Um, man, what a cool story. I absolutely want this to be like a Ghibli movie. Where it's like it's got some tear-jerking moments. Um, and but it's also, there's some like genuinely scary things, but also like kind of profound takes on like I guess it's not that profound of like maybe killing each other just ends up hurting both of us. It's not it's simple to say it, but I feel like it's not at all something that it is something that we need in this day and age, because people really haven't internalized it. So I think we could learn some from Rhaegar. Not Rhaegar the giant, but but the Rhaegar's adventures and what they mean for us. that's also like having having it be named after the character that like hardly understood what was happening is pretty powerful. Man, that story really has layers, like an ogre. Um, you're welcome. Um, uh, but yeah, what a what a cool day. We've got our sketch all set. Page 13. We're ready to go. I'm pretty happy with some of these, especially the like shooting lightning panel that worked out well. Um, so we are gonna be back on Wednesday, I believe. Um, uh, it's possible I might end up having to do something else. So if you don't see me on Wednesday, I'm just getting ready for the like family stuff that I need to take care of, which was delayed to the end of this week. So Friday, Sunday, uh Wednesday the 4th, um probably not going to be around. I'd say likely even the 6th. Possibly starting after that, in the second week, be back then, but um my plan is to keep being able to do comics, but we'll see what we're able to do. Um if not, I will, once everything is like back to normal, I'll get back to streaming once a week and comic updates once a week, because I've been uh doing it for, it's going to be 13 pages on Saturday. So and that's 13 weeks, which is really fucking cool. So I feel much better about making art at that pace. Um so uh I have quite a lot of incentive to get to get back at that pace. Um Speaking of incentive, this was a really great stream. For like, we had some folks come in and chat. Beige, appreciate you for stopping in. Um, Other folks, uh, that are watching, lurkers, VOD watchers, folks on YouTube, appreciate you all very much. It kicks ass to see people popping in, enjoying the story, chatting with us. Um, I think, and I mean, we typically do co-working stuff here anyways, but um I think I'm much more interesting when I have people to talk to. So um I uh I think if anyone is feeling the desire to chat, it will make things much more cool when you are chatting here, and I'm not just talking to myself. Um but um we absolutely vibe with some co-working drawings and some dramatic readings. I my one of my major goals with the readings is to get better at reading things out loud. That's something that I struggle with even when I'm doing like cool D&D stuff. Um, so I think um this has been a learning experience for me, and also just like a fun way to enjoy goofy ass stories. So those that stick around for the fairy tale portion, very much appreciate it. Um, but yeah, that's it from me for today. I will be back, like I said, on Wednesday. So have a fantastic rest of your weekend if any of it is left. Have a fantastic Monday and Tuesday. I will see you on Wednesday. And bye. Bye.